excitement here. Stiff competition in basketball. They have the jump on Skydiver. The human cannonball can't miss. And for the first time, Space Invaders. They're ready.
Let the games begin!
No other company offers you as many different video game cartridges as Atari.
Hello, and how in the world are you doing anyway? Caleb here, giving you another round of Gaming Through the Ages, as we are playing games in order of release, except when we need to pause and tell the franchise story of the franchise a little bit better, which we'll get there when we get there. But in the meantime, glad I can be here as we finish up 1979-1980. Today is August 12th, in the year of our Lord 2024. National Julian Fries Day and National World Elephant Day. So happy to those of you who love their fries and their elephants. Also happens to be the not just the 22nd birthday of Duke Nukem Advance, but also a lot of football games were released on this day in history. Real quick, 22 years ago, Madden NFL 2003 and NFL Blitz 2003 were released 22 years ago. And then the rest of these are pretty much Madden. Madden NFL 2004 released on this day 21 years ago. Madden NFL 09 released on this day 16 years ago. And Madden NFL 25, not the one released in 2014, but the one released in 2024. That was released 0 years ago today. So a lot of Maddens released on this day, and we're not even playing any football games. We had a football game we played, I believe, a week ago today. We've finished the stream with that. Arguably the very first football game released on the home console. Although we had a lot of those single game handhelds during this era. LCD games, which are actually still kind of fun for this day, but are definitely a little, about the same level as some of the games we've been playing as of late with the Atari 2600. So it kind of depends on, your mileage may vary with these, and your mileage will vary with a lot of these. But we're starting today off with really a blast. Granted, we're doing Skydiver first. I don't know if that's going to be as exciting, but then we're going off with Asteroids, and something I forgot to mention on the video title. Now, we're not just entering Activision. We are going to introduce Activision in this stream. We're also introducing Namco. Namco shows up today. But they don't really make a huge splash until we get to Galaxian and King of Balloon and Pac-Man, and we'll see that before the end of the week. So yeah, I mean, that's right. Yeah. So this is our lineup. We have Skydiver, Double Dose of Asteroids. My research did not specify if how much later or what different the Atari 2600 version of Asteroids was released. So for all I know, it was probably a dual release, released on both the arcade and the Atari 2600. QQ is also an arcade release, and then outside of Lupin the Third, I think the rest of these are Atari 2600 games, because almost all of these were going off of games from 1980 that we don't know when they were released, so we're just going through in alphabetical order as best we can. But we're starting off with 4 games, first in April and the others in November. We do know they were released during those months. So that's what we're going with. I believe we can start. So let's do that, shall we? If I can set this up and get started. And my TV turned off by mistake. Not a huge deal, but oh. Okay, there we go. It just caused a little bit of an interruption because of the splitter. Alright. This is Skydiver. Let me double check to see if there's anything in this book that needs to mention. Again, going off Adventure, the Atari 2600 Dawn of Console Gaming by Milandero. If you want to know what's going on with the Atari 2600, the history and all that, I would definitely recommend the book. It's really good. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but we do know it was designed by Owen Rubin. At least the arcade version was. The 2600 game was made by Jim Huther. So yeah, and this is going to be interesting because you get points. What's going on? How come I'm not doing anything? Okay, it was not responding right away. Ha! Something seemed a little off. Skydiver, where's Skydiver? Skydiver? There it is, I see it. It was hiding from me. You ready to jump? The longer you wait to open your parachute, the more points you score. You push it against the wind to guide yourself towards the bullseye. Gotta do a couple things, because I realized I forgot to set the timer that the clock you see is not correct. The one thing I forgot to check was the clock. So let's check that. There we go. I think that's fixed. Alright, let's play Skydiver. And let's start. Nah. How are you supposed to do your parachute? Okay, didn't quite make it. Okay, I get it. I'm getting it. Oops, that was not what I was planning to do, but oh well. Nah. Okay, now I'm confused. I'm not confused what I'm supposed to do. Ah, I thought I deployed it. Okay, how come I'm not deploying my parachute? I thought I was doing that. Start again. I thought I was doing it. I thought I was doing that. Sincerely, I thought I was doing it. Missed. Okay, got it. Now I know I was doing it wrong the entire time. Okay. Ah, lost points. Okay, made it, but didn't quite score anything. Oh, not all the things, so no points. Wow. Not forgiving. Ah. So you have to be directly above it before you deploy your parachute. Got it. Ah. So it's 2 points, that's a slight improvement. Let's play again. $11 points, okay. Oh man, I thought I had it. Oh man. The wind threw me off. Like committed, and then I got blown a little bit. Oh. Bad. At least I didn't lose points for failed landing. Ah! That's lovely. Lost points for a missed. Ah! I lost all my points now. Okay, only 6 points. Ah. And yeah, best word. Do we have enough time for one more game? We gotta hurry. Okay, not terrible. Ah! That last little gust of wind. Yeah, there's the wind there. Ah! I thought I had enough time to deploy it. The wind's the tricky part, is. Like, it doesn't really come to effect until you deploy your parachute. Oh man, I thought I had enough time. Oh, the wind. Ah. Lost all my points, and that's game, I think. Yes, that's game. Oh, that's a bad way to finish. And a bad way to move on to Asteroids. Oh, boy. I don't know if I feel like today's not going to be a good day. We'll see how the rest of this day goes. 3-minute timeout as we try move to the arcade. Folks, you may have to bear with me. This may be a challenging day, I feel like. Okay, we're not done with break. That was I missed bug. Back to the pause screen. Hold on. Okay, this time's for real. Sorry about that. When I initially pressed the button, that was not intentional. I was trying to move my mouse, but the computer, it's a touchpad. It counted as a mouse click, and it triggered it. And I'm like, no, not yet. I'm not ready. Now I'm ready. So here we are. Time to go back to the Atari arcades, shall we? Asteroids, by far Atari's biggest selling arcade game of all time. Asteroids was created by Lyle Raines and Ed Log, based on Wendy Allen's lunar lander hardware. It pulled in more cores than any other game in the year to follow, becoming the first smash arcade hit in the 1980s. It was also the first game with the highest score initials leaderboard, which is kind of interesting. The fact that this is the very first one that had that became commonplace for every arcade game these days. Ready to play. Smaller cabinets made games could be placed in locations where space was tight, so Asteroids was offered in cabaret and horizontal cocktail table versions, as well as the standard upright cabinet. And here's your cabaret. As you can see, definitely a smaller one, for sure. And that's your cocktail. Literally something you just place on a table, or it can be your table and you can just play on that. Which is fairly revolutionary. For sure. Atari Space includes another new space action blockbuster, a new concept that challenges 1 and 2 players to compete themselves or against an opponent for high scores. Asteroid is easy to learn, but hard to master. Replay natural. The better players become, the more difficult Asteroid gets. People keep playing to better their previous scores. Players start with either 3 or 4 ships. Dubbed the games to maneuver spacecraft quickly enough to blast and destroy streams of asteroids and computer-controlled enemy saucers, or they can destroy the player's ship. A direct hit on a large asteroid breaks it in 2. One of these breaks into 2 still smaller asteroids. A final hit on a small asteroid destroys it completely. When the number of asteroids is minimal, a saucer will enter. As the game progresses, more enemy saucers will appear more frequently. Large saucers shoot in random directions. Small spacecraft will zero on player's craft. When all asteroids have been destroyed, a new cluster of large asteroids will appear. Push button controls are provided for rotation left to right, thrust or fire control. Activision on the hyperspace button cause spacecraft to go off screen and reappear in a different area. Hyperspace is risky, however, because of the high probability of destruction upon re-entry. And there you see the scoring and bonus scoring and all that stuff. And the dimensions, the customer service phone numbers, all that. So I'm going to move on to this quote by Wendy Allen. Asteroids was initially being developed as a raster game called Planet Grab with different play dynamics. Judges the games to claim more planets than your opponent. Of course, that's not what they did. Instead, went with this. And this is the normal arcade cabinet. Already went through the other variations, but this is the one, and this is the one we're going to play. And this is making me glad that I'm using the TV here. Now, if you're not familiar with vector graphics, this is essentially vector graphics. In fact, there was a home console. We're not going to be playing its games, on this marathon, but there was a home console a few years later called the Vectrex. And I'm not going to lie, the Vectrex legit looks really neat. What does it look like? Pretty much that. This is pretty much what it looks like. So let me go through the controls. X is hyperspace. A is to fire the weapon. And RT, this button here, is to thrust. Okay. Simple enough. I mean, I think this game is simple. See, I didn't expect that thing to show up that quick. Okay, I got through the first level with only losing one life. I'll take it. Upper space is risky. I'm not gonna lie. Upper space is definitely risky. There's no guarantee. I mean, it's definitely a when all else fails and you're stuck kind of thing. Nah. And there you go. Put in my initials real quick. Oh. I'm like, yeah, I did well. Oh, I'm the only one on the high score list. Lovely. We do have a lot of time, in case you haven't noticed, to play a game. We have a lot of time dedicated to Asteroids. And once we get to the Atari 2600 version, I'm sure this game does have a little bit of information about, yeah. Okay. Actually, the book shows that the the Atari 2600 version was released in July 1981. So, that I didn't know when doing my research. So, ooh. But we'll play it back to back instead. But like I said, a lot of this information is sketchy. It's kind of hard to get the exact year and month for a lot of these games. So we'll see how. Wrong button. Ah. I should have went hyperspace. Nah. Got each other. Nah. That time I did not get out of the first level. I was like 2 asteroids away. Yeah, definitely not as good. Oh yeah, don't see where I am. Where am I? How was that compared to my second run? Because I know it didn't beat my first run. Tie! Well, I know what my second one is, because well, we're not going to talk about it. Can't believe I had to use hyperspace almost right away. Using hyperspace a lot, apparently. Nah, didn't use hyperspace in time. Oh, I thought that was one of my missiles. Whoops. That was in the clear. Ooh. Yeah, that's on me. That was dumb. That was DUM. But that was one of my better games. I will say that. I'm interested enough to put in a coin for this one. Might be on full play. Free play, excuse me. Full play. That one. Nah, I didn't think that was gonna hit me. Saw it coming, I just didn't think it was gonna hit me. Nah. Nice. You have to get out there. Okay, I'm looking good. I'm looking good. Oh, I respawned where there was an asteroid. As a one positive and one negative with hyperspace is that if you spawn where an asteroid is, you lose life. And that's exactly what happened. So there is a risk with that. But sometimes that's a risk you need to take to stay alive. I believe that is my high score. I don't recall seeing 4150, so yeah, that is my score. Nice. So I'm definitely getting better. That was definitely my best game. So I feel like I remember playing Asteroids when I was younger, but it never gave me the right feeling, and I don't think I was really that good at it. But now I'm thinking this is a game I can be decent at. Now, yeah, I'm not only getting to level 2. I'm not a world-class player. But I think if you're, with any game, you're not familiar with it, you're not going to be. I was helps that the controls on this thing is actually really good on the home console. Nah, did not see that coming. Shape goes away because it did what it was supposed to do, which is kill me. Ah. Trying to get out of there. It's taking me forever to get that last asteroid. Somehow, finally. Don't think I'm beating my high score, but we'll see. Kind of ran into that. Trying to get out of there. So 35. Yeah, my third best score. Okay, we've got 14 and a half minutes to kill, so let's continue. I believe this is game number 35, is that right? I need to check. Ah. Ah. $35.80. Yeah, that's a tie. A tie's my third best. I think I like $35.80. $22.80 and $35.80. That's I mean, scores that ends in 80 tend to be how I end my games. I find that kind of funny. But yeah, let's see if we can get a better score. Still got plenty of time. Oops, wrong button. Oh. Range an asteroid again. I seem to be getting a little bit of bad luck with that. Not a good game, obviously. Short game is usually not a really good game. Oh, that was my worst score. Fun. That was bad luck with that asteroid. I thought, oh, I almost lost a life immediately. Man. Okay, that one was not... That one I got a little bit of bad luck. I will say that. Yeah, I could have done better. Absolutely. It goes without saying. And yes, I'm regressing all of a sudden. I'm regressing. 10 minutes left in the arcade version. Time will fly. A friend of mine once said, time's fun when you having flies. Let's see what I got hit by. Oh, bad luck. I should have did hyperspace. Oh, right into an asteroid. More bad luck, huh? Well, I didn't get the worst score. I will say that. At least I didn't get the worst score. All right. Oops. Oh, bad luck. Oh, wonder what hit me there. If anyone can go back in time once this stream is completed, let me know. Let me know, mate. So 1460. Oh, okay, that was not my worst score, because worst score is no longer on the top 10. There's now a full top 10. We have soldier on. I once again pressed the wrong button. I thought I had him too. Got hit by the asteroid I was trying to do because I pressed the wrong. I seem to be doing a really good job pressing the wrong button. I'm trying to shoot and I end up doing hyperspace, and the hyperspace flings me straight to the asteroid and hits me. And that's game. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Not a good start. Dodge the bullet. Nah. No. I mean, this is still definitely one of those things where it's like I'm appreciating the concept because it's a very simple game, right? I have 3360, so that's my 5th best game. With 4 minutes left. Yeah. Oh, that's bad luck! How was I supposed to know they have to spawn there, and all of a sudden I get... Oh, man. That is brutal. And of course, I hyperspace right into an asteroid. I wonder if there is a high, like an all-time high score document. Like, does anyone have an idea of what is the highest score ever recorded in Asteroids? So we may have time for only maybe one more game, maybe two, but one for sure. And thank goodness I remembered to use the right button to start up this game with. That was, I think, that's the quickest I got through level 1. That's impressive. I used hyperspace twice to get it out of there. Of course that happens. Oh man. How are you supposed to prepare for that? I got my high score. Can I reach 5,000? Yes, I can. In fact, I can reach level 3. They get extra ships by achieving so many points. I guess that mechanic is not in there. $75.90 though. Nice. Oh my gosh, I can't believe. You guys, I haven't been doing snippets of this show, but that might be worth snipping. That almost doubled my high score. Wow, that is a really good play. So I will take it. And we're going to stop there. Wow. Yes, it will. Wait, I want to get out. That is... The fact that I finished that on a high level, that's going to bring me some joy. I'm really happy I finished that pretty highly. I'm going to double check to make sure we are caught up with the console stuff. We're using the mini console primarily for all that stuff. We're not really dealing with the keyboard controller all that much. Don't watch TV tonight. Play it. You've seen those commercials off and on today. Let me see something, because I think this might be important. Yeah, we're not going to return to the Xbox Mini today, so we might as well just go through these right now because we'll be touching on them. So Activision, we're going to enter Activision today. Around this time, Atari developers Larry Kaplan, Alan Miller, and David Crane and Bob Whitehead came to the realization that the games they had developed for VCS had brought in tens of millions of dollars in profit, but they were paid very low salaries and did not receive credit for their work. They quit Atari, formed Activision, gaming's third-party console developer. And here's a look at what they got, and some of which we'll play in. I guess we want to play one of those today, Dragster. The rest of them we'll be playing later. We're responsible in making $16 million at Atari, and we will again paid $20,000, said David Crane. Career pitfall. The Monday I started was the Monday after the Friday that 3 of the Activision 4 left in early August 1979. Well, that was a bunch of talent that left, and it turns out they weren't completely irreplaceable, says Top Right, creator of Sword Quest. Activision proved a third-party company could make games and profits by developing new cartridges for the video computer system. Another group of Atari employees left to form iMagic in 1981. Over the next few years, many companies began publishing Atari VCS games, including media giants such as CBS Electronics and 20th Century Fox, toy board game makers like Coleco, Mattel, Milton Bradley, Parker Brothers, and Avalon Hill, and future game powerhouses Sega and Konami. So this is Adventure, which is going to be the game we play after the 2600, after the next Asteroids and QTQ. So we'll be playing this game today. Here's a look at that. So another landmark VCS game in 1980 was Adventure. Creator Warren Robinette was inspired by the 1977 text-based game Colossal Cave Adventure to create a similar non-linear adventure game for the VCS. It is considered to be the start of the adventure genre of games, which players explore worlds while finding and using items. So there you go. Let's take a look at the impact of Adventure. If I can press the right button.
I'd have to say one of the more influential Atari games that hit me hard was Adventure.
Adventure had been a very popular game. Adventure is related to really a nerdy game. It's related to like text adventures or to Dungeons and Dragons more than any of the other things, any of the other intellectual property or content on the 2600.
So many games were just like kind of shooters and, you know, combat and whatnot, things like that were very simple. But adventure really broke the mold for what the 2600 was capable of.
But one of the most, like, I feel like magical, impactful moments on me with the Atari games is that we got Adventure, and I saw the cover at the drugstore, because that's where we had to buy video games, at the drugstore behind the photo counter. And we got it home. I was so excited to play it. I just didn't read the instructions. I just ripped it out of the box and like played it and started playing it. And I was like, oh, and there's Dot, and there's like, you know, the duck chasing me, and I got an arrow, and I can't figure out what's happening. He ate me. Oh my God.
The weird thing about Adventure was the dragons were supposed to be dragons, but they just looked like ducks. I don't know what they were thinking there.
The bridge and the bat, and it was so baffling. I really loved that experience of somewhat confused experience, and I feel like that's actually something I love still in games now, when there's that moment of like, what the, where you just get, games can do that. They can just surprise you, and they can make you feel really bewildered, and then as you slowly figure out how they work, that's part of the pleasure of them, I think, is that not knowing what to expect in them. So that moment of being surprised by Adventure has really stuck with me. Another thing I like about Adventure that I try to incorporate is that feeling that the game is really alive. The characters who are in that world live even when you're not looking at them on the screen. Like when the dragon or the bat flies on the screen in Adventure, you feel like it's been on a journey. It's been somewhere. Oh, the bat went over and it stole the shield. It stole the sword, and now it's in the room. It's like you don't feel like it was just spawned in that room. It's been in another room doing bat adventures.
And what it provided for me was a sense of mystery and exploration that would later influence the 2D adventure games that I would make that would help launch my career.
There you go. Adventure is known for hiding one of its first secret Easter eggs in video games. Since Atari designers did not get public credit for their work, Warren Robinette hid his name in the game if the player went through an elaborate sequence of moves. Since this existence of the Easter egg was a surprise even to Atari and spread by word of mouth once it was found. In the first issue of Atari Age magazine, May 1982, Atari officially spilled the beans, explaining how to pull off the trick while knowing that the credits were hidden by the game's sneaky programmer. So here's what it says, if I can... Here we go. Dear Atari, my brother was playing Adventure, and he was in the Black Castle's Grey Dungeon. He took the bridge and went into a small part which is surrounded by walls. When we went inside, he picked up a dot. Please tell me what this dot is and what it can do. Your brother has found the first step in revealing a secret message locked deep within the Adventure cartridge by the programmer who designed it. Most people only find the dot by taking the blue bridge and laying it across some walls in the Grey Dungeon until it appears. But you've already completed that step. Now for the second step, move the second dot to the secret panel room. How do you get there? You come out of the yellow castle down to the main path and go right, and keep going right until you crash into a thin brick wall. You've actually crashed into the secret panel that lets you go into the secret room. Moving the secret dot into this room won't open the secret panel, but you're going closer. Leave the secret dot there and move on to the next step. Go grab any two more objects and bring them to the secret panel room where the secret dot is. The secret panel starts blinking, and you already go to the final step. Take a deep breath and hold it. Good magic, then pass through the secret panel very carefully, and you've done it. Unlock the secret of Adventure. Congratulate you, and so does sneaky programmer Warren Robinette. So there you go. Then we have Dodge'em, considered to be one of the more fast-paced and exciting games on the VCS. Dodge'em was programmed by Carla Meninsky, who would later create Warlords and Star Raiders for VCS. Includes both single and multiplayer modes. We'll be playing that later. And we'll be playing that program for VCS, this hard part, on a future date. So in the meantime, it is time to take 3 to go back to the Atari 2600 Mini to take a look at the Asteroids game on it. Take 3. found a spot where there was asteroids. There we go. Again, from the words of Jamie Landino regarding the 2600 version of Asteroids. One of my favorite arcade games, and the high watermark for action on the 2600 Asteroids was one of Atari's best home conversions. Credit the use of color. There was simply no way 2600 was going to faithfully reproduce the arcade game's sharp high resolution monochrome vector graphics. So instead, they ended up with blocky outlines. Programmer Brad Stewart embraced the raster graphics limitation and instead filled the asteroids with different colors. As often with the case of 2600 games, the manual and artwork go a long way in setting the scene of the game. The story doesn't always match up with the arcade either. There's more room for exploration in the home cartridge format. This version of Asteroids has you a part of a cosmic space patrol out on a quiet night cruise when, shortly before 200 hours, there's some intergalactic material sighted through the visual particle counter. Your job is to destroy the incoming asteroids, pulverizing them into smaller and smaller pieces until each one is completely vaporized. The home conversion simplifies the way asteroids break up as you shoot them. The first shot breaks a huge asteroid into 2 medium-sized pieces, but then a shot to one of those results in just one smaller piece instead of the arcade's 2. Periodically, at the A difficulty level, satellites and UFOs appear to attack your ship. The larger satellites aren't particularly good shots, while the smaller UFOs are much more accurate and deadly. Pushing up on the joystick activates the thruster. Right and left steer clockwise and counterclockwise respectively, while pushing down activates hyperspace. Transporting your ship to a random location, possibly in safety, but possibly on top of or in the path of another asteroid. The button shoots your laser cannon. This is effective remapping of the coordinate cabinet's all-button control layout, though the 2600 only lets you shoot up to 2 cannon shots simultaneously, not 4. Some of the higher numbered variations of the game bring up a shield or flip your ship around instead of activating hyperspace when you push the stick down. Otherwise, many of the same tips to help you in the arcade also work here. They include staying near the center of the screen, which makes it easier to target more asteroids, gives you more room for emergency maneuvers, and keeps you safer from new asteroids that appear at the edges. It also helps to wipe out the smaller asteroids first as much as possible, as to keep the playfield open to minimize the threat of fast-flying objects. This game is notable for its first production of bank switching, which lets the programmer access more than 4 kilobytes on the 2600. Hardware addressing the circuitry inside the cartridge ensures that only one of the banks of ROM, the currently selected one, responds to any request from the CPU. This way, multiple banks of ROM can respond to the same memory address request. There are several ways to do the same thing. For example, Raise the Lost Ark and E.T. the Extraterrestrial, both programmed by Howard Scott Warshaw, use the same thing called dynamic code generation. Nonetheless, bank switching was key to expanding the graphics, sound, and features of game cartridges on the 2600, especially as banks of ROM become more affordable for manufacturers to include with game. As such, Asteroids is the first Atari game to use 8 kilobytes. Later on in the console's life, programs would harness as much as 32 kilobytes, paltry amounts by anything remotely closer to today's standards, but would do enough to do quite a lot with the clever 6502 assembly programming tricks developers had at their disposal back then. This technological leap started with Asteroids, but wouldn't have mattered if the game wasn't fun. Fortunately, it was addictive enough to inspire many attempts on my part to turn the score over, an admittedly easier task at home with a 4-digit score that maxed out at 9990 and without the need for quarters to practice with. So yeah, there you go. Game 33 is interesting. I'm gonna go with game 33. I'm going easy game. And start. Get this game version is like as soon as you play one world, you automatically wow, that's good. Take that. Ow! I thought I could hyperspace my way out of that, and not in time. Whoa. Well, let's start again. Oh, that was not fair. How'd that miss? I have no idea what that beeping sound was. There's nothing in the kitchen. Oh man, I thought, I don't know why I did that in space. Pressed the wrong button. That's what did me. 94.20. I almost got to that coveted 99.90 highest score on that play. So perhaps we should just go normal now, because we know I can dominate this one. I accidentally hyperspaced into that, and then I could not hyperspace out in time. That was rough. But 3580, not a bad score, so let's try again. I feel like this is a little easier than the arcade version, but I'm not going to complain. It's actually is legit fun, I'm not going to lie. I feel like it's now more fun because I know what I'm doing. I don't know how I did not. Oh man, that was. get out of there, but I thought if I had more time. Oh, hyperspace right into an asteroid. Bad luck there. Hyperspace right into an asteroid. That's the problem with that little asteroid. But man, that's a really good round. 75-60. I am honestly impressed with myself how decent I've actually become with this game. I mean, I'll take it. But yeah. More game. I did not see that asteroid coming. Wow. Did not see that asteroid coming. I'm probably just going to let the rest of the clock run because I know I'm not going to have enough time to do another run. But this may be... May have to let this sit for a little bit, but this may be one of my favorite games on the marathon so far. Granted, Asteroids is only game number 35. Okay, so we're only 35 games down. But this so far is probably my favorite. Now, we've got more great games coming, so it's not like, oh my gosh, it's not going to get better than this. I'm sure there's people who thought that at the time, and yeah, but already feel like this will be the adventure, highlight of the day. I'm a little concerned I'm going to struggle with adventure. I'm going to say that right now. And I've only spent 15 minutes in adventure. And then there's 3 other games spending 15 minutes, and the rest of them we're going to breeze through. So I know we're only like almost 2 hours in, but because we spent like an hour in Asteroids. So there you go. Next game, we're gonna have to stand by again for another 3 minutes, as we're gonna introduce Namco to you. Very first Namco game, QTQ, and we'll start in 3 minutes. Yeah, we're have to go to the Wii on this one.
Yay!
All right. This game is done by Toru Hotini, and basically, I'd probably say this is a precursor. This is basically a precursor to Pac-Man. It'd be interesting to use it with motion controls. I feel like I'm gonna give it a shot. We kind of see it a little bit there. lucky. Ah. I missed that. Wow. That was interesting, but that was actually kind of fun. I kind of like that. Oh. I feel like for PAL controllers, you need something to be able to handle over. I don't feel like a I don't think a D-pad just does it justice. I really don't. I think you need some sort of PAL controller like you have with your 2600, or a mouse, or some sort of touchpad to be able to use the stylus or a finger. But a controller, I don't think does this kind of game justice. It really doesn't. Not unless you have flippers like you have with pinball. So it is time to move on. And I'm trying to just double check. We do have one more arcade game, but the rest of the day is going to be on the Atari 2600. So I'm going to go back to that momentarily. Oops, wrong thing. another 3 minutes. And we'll head back over there for one of the last landmark games we'll have today. Alright. Adventure. If we can we'll quickly move to that game. Happens to be alphabetically the second game on this machine. Rescue the enchanted chalice stolen by an evil magician and return to his own castle without getting eaten by evil dragons. It's tough to convey the massive impact Adventure had on gaming. It's the second game home console that extended to the virtual space beyond the screen after Superman, which we're not playing obviously. But unlike that game, the concept was fully realized here. The Dungeons & Dragons arrived in 1974, and an advanced Dungeons & Dragons followed in 1977. Tabletop RPGs were beginning to soar in popularity. The time was right for a video game translation that was more accessible than you'll find on the first home computers. Atari programmer Warren Robinette had the idea for the game after playing the original text adventure Colossal Cave, which required you to type in commands to sleuth or get lamp. Robinette began work on a graphical interpretation for the 2600. In the beginning, Atari management asked him multiple times to rewrite it as a Superman tie-in, which they had scored the licensing deal for. Fortunately, his coworker John Dunn volunteered to take my code to do the Superman game, leaving me free to do my adventure game. Adventure gives the player 3 game variations that also function as skill levels. Level 1 is the easiest to play, and the layout is the same every time. The open world consists of regular rooms, the gold castle you start in, and the black castle that stores the chalice. The goal is to unlock the black castle with the appropriate key, grab the chalice, and bring it back to the yellow castle. In the meantime, you must fight off Oracle and Grindel, the yellow and green dragons, either by avoiding them or using a sword to slay them. Yes, dragons kind of look like giant ducks. You got a problem with that? Level 2 offers a more expansive game. The map is larger, though still fixed. It includes catacombs with invisible walls and a limited line of sight. The third white castle has a red maze inside. This level adds Rindel, the ferocious red duck dragon. There's also a mischievous bat that steals whatever you're holding when you encounter it, or sometimes even a nearby dragon. The worst is when the bat exchanges that dragon for something you're holding you need, leaving you to die in front of the dragon while the bat sails off with a key or sword. Level 3 is the most open and interesting to play. Instead of a fixed layout, you randomly receive one of 16 different variations. The map and mazes are the same in each one, but all the objects and monsters are in different places. This level is the toughest to master and took me many hours as a kid to get to that point thanks to the randomized layouts. In all 3 levels, a purple bridge acts as a shortcut you can use to get more quickly from one part of the blue maze to the other. Occasionally you can find yourself stuck in a wall. Typically this happens if the bat on level 2 or 3 steals the bridge and carries it off while you're in the middle of crossing it. Asking you adapting the text dialogue for adventure into a video game. Use the joystick to move around, show one room at a time on the view screen, show objects in the room in little shapes. Say Warren Robinette. To move between the different portions of a larger space, you would move to the edge of the screen, at which point 2600 would draw an entirely new screen, and you appear at the edge of that one. The trick was to draw boundaries around the edges, and to do that you had to change the playfield graphics midline TIA drew each line screen across the screen. Although previous games like Combat and Slot Racers employed playthrough graphics to define boundaries in a particular arena that contains obstacles, Adventure used them to find spaces to explore. And while the text adventure game used prose to describe the interior of rooms, and you just type north or east to move between them, Adventure used graphics to define boundaries of rooms and used the joystick to move within and around each space in a continuous sense. Adventure required the creative adaptation of the machine's technical features for new unforeseen purposes. It provides an example of design vision that exceeded the obvious features of the 2600 hardware, yet was nevertheless eventually realized. In addition, Robinette creatively reimagined the missile sprites to be the thin walls, and the ball as the player's avatar. Use the latter to move within rooms and from room to room. The ball always takes on the color of the playfield on the 2600 hardware, which is why you change to match the color of the walls on each screen. To pick up objects, Robinette used collision detection with the sprites. In turn, that left open the fire button, which Robinette employed as a way to drop objects. You would use objects again with collision detected based on the object you're holding. The magnet was created because of a bug, Robinette said. Sometimes the key to the castle would get dropped inside a wall and be unable to be picked up, so the magnet trucked out of the objects was a solution to that problem. Robinette could employ some of the tricks of the text adventure trade to obfuscate space, like a lamp to lit up a dark room. So the Camp Boy is perhaps the earliest example of a fog of war, where only a portion of the dungeon catacombs is shown to you at any one time. Games varied as Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness, the Civilization series, and countless action RPGs that have used this technique since. Robinette did it with playfield graphics, which made them the same color as the background. A white square sprite colored orange acts, this is a lengthy one, the light around the player, using the TIA register that controls the mirroring. It's another object that player carries when walking around. Adventure is widely credited to contain the world's first Easter egg, which would show the alert, and only indication of the frustration some programmers felt while working at Atari. Adventure's Easter egg is so famous I feel as though I'm wasting space describing it. It's probably more well documented than the Gettysburg Address. In case you haven't seen it for a while, here's how it works. In game variations 2 or 3, go to the black catacombs and bounce around the bottom walls until you grab to a gray dot. Bring it to the east side of the yellow castle and put it behind the black wall. Put a few other items in the room as well, and that eventually causes the wall to start blinking. At this point, you can squeeze through it into a purple room that says created by Warren Robinette, in a font that cycles rapidly through the 2600's available colors. Though Adventure was a tremendously innovative game in its own right, it also gained notoriety because it revealed to the public the growing tension between Atari's programmers and its management. Though Adventure's Easter egg is famous, there may be more to the story. A collector and programmer named Sean Riddle found programmer's Reed Sleuth's hidden name in 1978 Channel F cartridge called VideoCart 20 Video Whizball. Some confusion may yet exist over which programmer deserves credit, because Reed Sleuth claims to have the idea because reports that programmers at Atari were already doing it, and Robinette had completed at least some of the code for Adventure as early as 1978. The Adventure Easter egg even makes a key appearance in Easter Klein's blockbuster sci-fi novel Ready Player One, as well as the 2018 big screen adaptation. Easter egg aside, it was clear Adventure signaled the arrival of a new kind of game. Ken Uston noted in 1982, I have a feeling that this cartridge is going to be the way of the future. It still amazes me that all the code for this game still fits inside of 4 kilobytes. Romana broke it down in a presentation for computer scientists. The kernel and display code took 751 bytes, the main code took 1081, creatures and objects 763, the sound took 221, and graphics and data structures are up to 1263. That left only 17 bytes of unused space. Today Adventure is widely credited as the first open world game that led directly to more complex action-adventure games across the board. Robinette himself cites the Legend of Zelda series as an example, but there are countless others, including Diablo and Torchlight. Ultimately, Atari sold 1 million copies of Adventure at $25 a pop. Robinette received $22,000 per year salary. This was not an employee retention model that was all along. With the above releases, Atari began to solidify its status as the go-to game console and left the competition scrambling to catch up. RCA quickly discontinued the competing Studio 2 product thanks to poor sales. Fairchild released an updated Channel F System 2 in 1979 that streamlined the console design, featuring removable controller connectors, moved controller storage to the rear, and played sound from the TV speaker instead of its own dedicated internal speaker. But perhaps the most important development happened behind the scenes at Atari. In 1979, Warner exec Manny Gerald walked into the company's coin-op engineering department and saw a Space Invaders machine. I looked at it and went back to Custer's office and said, "Hey, Ray, take this Space Invaders and move it up to the consumer." It said, "Make a consumer cartridge and license the name." I'm censoring a couple words in here. He just looked at me, and the only thing he said was, "Of course. Why did I think of that?" I said, "Because you're busy running the whole company." Atari made a deal with Taito to license Space Invaders 2100, making it the first time an arcade game was licensed for home use. And we will get to Space Invaders next time, so I'm going to stop there. But it kind of shows you how big, and we barely have time to actually play Adventure. I didn't realize how much time that but Adventure is so big. It did nothing. I'm already stuck. And this is the easy one. What's going on with me? Okay. Thought that was the one I was supposed to get to. Don't know what happened there. And for those who join us, don't be afraid to chat along. I'd love to communicate with you live. We are live if you're watching right now, 8:12 p.m. Central Time, August 12th. Obviously, we also welcome you watching on demand. I'm trying to make sure this is, despite the timestamp that I just kind of gave. I'll make sure this is timeless. Of course, that ends. I'm pretty sure I'm not doing this game justice. I feel like this is kind of like, almost like the original Legend of Zelda. I kind of need a map. You're trying to figure out, where are you supposed to go? Where are you supposed to go? Because frankly, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Which one castle, but it wasn't the right castle. Back to where I was. Yeah, I'm lost. I'm gonna need more time to figure this out. So, yeah. I mean, obviously, the fact that this is a Torchwood Thunder game, I'm getting lost and trying to figure out where to go. This kind of shows you how advanced this kind of thing is for the time. So that's actually, I'm not gonna lie, for something like this in 1980, again, this game is 44 years old. That is really nice. Really nice. So that does, for now, we're going to call it good for game number 37, Adventure. The next one's Dodge 'em. Let's dodge 'em. Steer your car at high speed around the maze, click dots, be sure to avoid the other car. Just double check to make sure there's no... There is, okay. Alright. Game does go into Dodge 'em, so let's read about it. Dodge 'em, programming by the esteemed Carla Minsky, of the Racing Bay's iteration of the Pac-Man craze divided the nation in 1980. Dodge 'em delivers a fast-paced gameplay and support for 1 or 2 players. The cartridge has more similarity to Sega's Head-On, which came out the year before the arcades, and features the same content rectangular design for the maze. On each board, your job is to run over the dots while avoiding AI cars. During play, a car automatically moves forward and counterclockwise around the board. You steer the car by pushing the joystick in one of the 4 main directions. Whenever you're in the other 4 openings you can slide into. The fire button makes the car go faster. You can change up to 2 lanes at a time when moving normally, and 1 lane at top speed. Meanwhile, the computer normally controls the blue car and it runs clockwise opposite you and aims to crash into you. The left joystick controls the orange car, right or joystick controls the green car if there's a second player. After you complete 2 sets of dots, a second blue computer car appears. You get 1 point per dot. Your car eats 8 points when you finish a board. There are 3 game variations. Dodge 'em plays brilliantly. It's fast and addictive. You can get it to the point where you know the patterns to run. They're much easier to figure out than, say, those in the corner of Pac-Man, and there's only the 1 maze, but it's enjoyable nonetheless. I still remember the patterns of the sounds being the dots. To the point where I booted the game for the first time more than 30 years, it was instantly familiar to me. It's like opening a favorite childhood book. It all comes back to you, and you want to immerse yourself all over again. Even several years into the 2600's availability, it was the rare cartridge that offered hours of new discoveries. Most games were like Dodge 'em, simply yet sophisticated. They reward swim points for being your own best time. So let's play. But again, you can do better. Man, do I have to hold it? I'm trying to figure out, like, press and advance. Press and advance doesn't seem to work. I'm starting to think, I'm not that good at this game. Not good at all. Let's go into Dragster, and here's going to be an interesting thing. This introduces us... dang Mike. This introduces us to Activision. So let me go into where the adventure book goes into. The beginning of Activision is legendary in the game industry. 4 of Atari's best programmers, like Kaplan, David Crane, Bob Whitehead, and Alan Miller, became dissatisfied with the way things were going on inside the company. The story goes that a memo was distributed with the sales figures of various 2600 games. Crane added up his own titles, Outlaw, Canyon Bomber, and Slot Machine, which he had done all the work for, as did all the programmers at the time, and found that he earned Atari more than $20 million. He was making $20,000 a year. If we look closely at the memo, we saw that as a group, we were responsible for 60% of their $100 million in cartridge sales for a single year, Crane recalled. With concrete evidence that our contribution to the company was of great value, we went to the president of Atari to ask for a real negotiation of fair compensation. Ray Kessler looked at us in the eye and said, "You're no more important to Atari than the person on the assembly line who puts the cartridges in the box." After that, it was an pretty easy decision to leave. All this could be traced to Bushnell, but not in a malicious sense. Under his watch, every employee had the same health care and promised they wouldn't be fired regardless of position. But it led to a problem where certain employees, the programmers, clearly were responsible alone for lucrative games. So the 4 left the company, and along with the recording industry executive Jim Levy, founded Activision, the third-party company, to develop games for the Atari 2600, or any console for that matter, on October 1st, 1979. The name Activision, according to David Crane, was derived from the words active and television. In retrospect, the problem at Atari was obvious and would even naturally boil over no matter what happened. And now Atari spokesperson confirmed to Steve Bloom, author of 1982's Video Invaders, that questions about the designers' identities and new projects remain off limits, or at least off the record. The spokesperson said that's too bad because we've gotten so many great stories to tell. Management doesn't want us to make rock stars out of them as the designers. I don't think we'll ever open up on this. Through 1989 and 1981, Atari continues practice for refusing to grant royalties to its programmers or even credit them for their creations. Excuse me. Eventually, Atari relented and began to pay royalties to programmers. Right around the time Todd Fry's troubled Pac-Man conversion was developed. By then it was too late. But letting go of top-notch programmers, suing them, and then losing, Atari set in motion what was to become a multi-billion-dollar business, a third-party software market for the 2600, a model that countless other companies have followed since. Activision had a head start, not just by being the first third-party game company for the 2600, but by starting off with 4 ex-Atari programmers who knew the hardware inside and out. Other companies had to reverse engineer the proprietary console and in order to program it. Activision's distinctive box art featured bold colors and heavy black outlines. The screenshots were heavily stylized and somewhat compromised, such as showing the swoosh trails behind the aircraft and bullets. But Activision games did feature top-notch graphics for the time as a rule. Part of this was relentless dedication to quality control. For example, performing additional processing between drawing lines, which is usually unnecessary and often a direct consequence of strobing H-move, results in a short black bar on the left edge of the screen, visible in many Atari 2600 games. Activision designers thought this unintentional graphical effect was truly hideous, and they resolved never to have it appear in any of their games, which actually accomplished by strobing H-move every single line. This turned the unsightly black lines into a continuous black bar, which either looked like a part of the framed play field or disappeared entirely behind the console's TV's physical frame around the CRT at the very edge. To remedy this biggest problem in Atari games, the lack of programmer credit, every Activision game only credited the individual programmer but offered plenty of space at the back of the manual to quote him or her giving tips on how to get the best score. Before starting the game, cartridges displayed the Activision logo on screen. As Activision put out more games, programmers built on what they learned. We have learned no new secrets about the Atari 2600. We are using the same technical information that we have been using for the past 4 or 5 years, said Alan Miller, senior designer at Activision in 1983. I think our success in getting the most out of the machine is an attribute mainly to experience and hard work. Activision released its first 4 games in the middle of 1980. Let's take, and then let's see if any of those, I think Dragster is one of them, so let's get into Dragster. And this thing's being weird. Okay. Oh, excuse me, it's, Dragster. So let's turn to Dragster on here. Dragster brought home the feeling, or the experience to say, of drag racing. Whether that mattered to you depended on what you thought of the sport. You didn't see the point of a flat race that lasted 6 or 7 seconds. In real life, you're probably not going to care so much about this home version of the sport as well. If drag racing did appeal to you, Activision's game delivered much of the same thrills, particularly in racing against a friend. And with the cartridge, you need quite a bit of finesse to get the launch just right. The car has 4 gears. Plus neutral, you start neutral. Push the joystick right to start race. Countdown clock begins. As soon as it reaches 0, you want to shift into first. Do this too early and the game displays earlier on the screen, you lose immediately. The red button is the gas pedal. To press and clutch, push joystick left. To shift the next gear, let go of the stick so that it centers. You can play by yourself against another person. It's a two-player game. The first person reaches the finish line wins. The tachometer is a green line that begins the left side of the screen. As you accelerate each gear, your engine's RPMs increase. Put the tachometer into red toward roughly the middle of the screen. As far as horsepower, increase the further into the red you go, but if you go too far, the engine blows and you lose the race. The goal is to run as far into the red as you can before shifting into higher gear. Execute the shifts as quickly as possible along the way. You can pop a wheelie if you're moving fast enough. Part of the challenge of the game is that it doesn't tell you exactly where the true red line is, so you need to practice and practice. You also shouldn't shift into a higher gear too early. This slugs the engine, or at least does not take maximum advantage as far as power curve. As programmer David Crane himself advised in the manual, you want to put the clutch in and start revving the engine a bit as the clock is counting down. This way, as soon as it hits 0, you can shove the gear shift to first and begin accelerating immediately. You can also pop the clutch in a few times to the 3rd and 4th gear to boost your acceleration. A feature never before seen on the 2600, Dragster lets you start a new game by pressing the joystick button. Especially convenient if you're sitting several feet away from the console, and something that will become more commonplace and eventually the norm as time goes on. Most of today's consoles now include a dedicated start buttons and gamepads, along with 317 other buttons. There are 2 game variations. The first one lacks steering, so all you do is squeeze a straight line. If you get a time under 6 seconds, you'll qualify for a patch from Activision. Congratulations. The second game, you have to steer the car. It doesn't go straight on its own. You must steer a little bit to avoid grandstands on one side and the center divider on the other. I can't tell you how much time I spent trying to get the patch for this game. And memory serves, I did finally get it, and went racing through the house, yelling in excitement as I did. I'm pretty sure I did it with a 5.96 second run, though I can no longer have the photo to prove this. I know others have done better, though exactly how much better has been quite a sticking point. In January 2018, the group Twin Galaxies, which maintains video game records for Guinness World Records, threw out Todd Rogers' 35-year-old 5.51 second run after a number of people determined it was impossible to achieve this. That 5.57 is the absolute best time possible in a perfect game. This is why it bothers me that I'm writing this book now, because I remember being aware of a crazy difficult record when I was a kid. I can't remember if it was that 5.51 score or not. Trying again today, I'm reminded how tough 2600 games can be. Dragster does not suffer fools or even smart people with less than super sharp reflexes. Consider yourself warned. Let's play. I'm only time for 1 or 2 games. includes Dragster. We got fishing derby next. Let's go to fishing derby. Unusual and fun take on. Give me a moment to fix this. Unusual and fun take on an activity some consider soothing and others mind-numbingly boring and seemingly possible. Guess which category I fit into. Fishing derby adds a good amount of intensity and even a bit of terror to the sport. The goal is to catch more fish in the shark-infested waters than your opponent can. Push the joystick left to right to your fishing pole, and you're out. Push up and down to cast the line around and grab a fish. The farther away the fish is, the more points you get for bringing it on home. Once you catch a fish in the line, you must gauge the speed of the return wheel as to avoid a fast, approachable, unpredictable shark on top of the water. Press the button to reel in the fish faster, or let the button go to reel in more slowly. If your opponent has a fish coming in first, yours has to wait and stay level until you can get your turn. First player to reach 99 points wins the game. Downstream graphics are a step above the usual, with some animated water seen the first game. It's not Moana, but give it a break, it was 1980. The two fishermen sit on either side of the screen, one dressed in red, the other in green. Both wear black hats and have recognizable fishing rods. While you're both sitting on deck with your feet positioned near the edge, inches from the hungry shark is never addressed. You can also handicap either player at the start of the game. Placing the difficulty switch in the A position means that the player has to wait until the line fish knows. Fish bites. B position, as long as the line is near a fish, it catches, so you don't have to be quite as precise. There's many 2600 games you can handicap the computer in the A position to keep your own player in the B position, as per the manual suggestion. The 56 rows of fish is worth 6 points, so that the player on the left has a slight advantage, because he or she can catch the 5th row first in the fish at the start of that row. Like Dragster, Fishing Derby is memorable for its ingenuity, and the first take of public sport video game is a fun diversion, and a clever take on what could be roughly as exciting as staying online on the DMV. Okay, I'll stop. Oops, wrong game. Still Dragster, didn't catch that. Let's fix that. Fishing Derby, where's Fishing Derby? Computers are a little rather tough in this one. Nice. Yeah, that's game. And right as time is expiring too, but that's Fishing Derby in a nutshell. That is literally the game, and that's not much. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the graphics, that is definitely crazy impressive for the Atari 2600. They did really good work. Activision did. And refresh my memory, who was the one who programmed it? Was it David Crane? My memory is telling me David Crane. Yep, David Crane. Next game is going to be 50 minutes long. But it is Atari 2600. So we're going to take a 15-minute break as planned. And we're then going to get into golf. Golf is next. So that... and I don't know if you've seen this game before. I figured out, throw out that little joke. Anyway, Golf for the 2600 is next after this 15-minute timeout.
Out here, we entertain ourselves at home. So we got an Atari video game. There's so many different games to play. We especially like Space Invaders. Zapping those little devils from outer space. It's fun. But personally, I think the whole idea of creatures from outer space is a little far-fetched.
No other company offers you as many different video game cartridges as Atari.
All right. That will be our next stream Friday night. Our first Friday night stream at 6 o'clock. That's going to be a big stream. A lot of heavy hitters on Friday's stream. So I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to want to tune in this coming Friday night. We look at it. You just saw Space Invaders. We're going to do the arcade version, but we'll be doing it at the point the Atari 2600 version you just saw advertised was released. So when I was playing this, I anticipated kind of doing it according to the Atari one for Space Invaders, and then yeah, I didn't catch that. I was actually going to have the arcade version with me until a little late. So I will be honest with you on that. We also have Missile Command. The arcade version of Missile Command should specify Galaxian, Centipede, the arcade version of Centipede, and Pac-Man. But we're not going to finish Pac-Man. Pac-Man will carry over to Saturday morning. So, crazy. Alright, golf. I feel like this is a simple, straightforward one. This is made by... I had it. Michael Lawrenson. And it's his very first game made for Atari. Didn't think that was going to happen. But how am I supposed to vote this out? I'm going to start. I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. Do. over again because I'm trying to figure out. I don't want to go that. I don't want to go that way. I want to go this way. So I'm trying to figure out how. So do that when putting me this way. Actually, kind of just mirrors me and goes the opposite direction. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Oops, wrong button. Button again. Yeah, it's better, but not. I'm saying this. Yeah, how do I want to do the opposite direction? How do I do that? You'd think it'd be this way, but no, it goes backwards. And that's what I'm struggling with here. Unless... Working... There we go. So I knew after that, I was like, I goofed. Oops. There we go. Took that long to get. Dumb. We'll probably just stop at hole 2. There's 9 holes. Ooh. How did it not go in? Alright. 20 strokes in. We're going to stop it there. We're going to move on. To looping 3, which of course means we have another 3-minute break. Stand by. Let's as we move back to Taito. Okay. We're on to Lupin the Third. This arcade game, I would imagine, is based off of the media franchise in Japan, created by Monkey Punch. Numerous comics and also so we don't know much about this game. We don't know we just know it's Taito. Something of infamous gentleman thief and voice with their dog to be great to save and escape from a bad point. I'm gonna guess no. Let's see how far we get. Excuse me. Interesting how this works. This is game number 42, folks. So we're looking at games released in 1980. Here we go. I could avoid him. No. Let's do one more game. Oops. First, I don't know what buttons I was pushing there. Yeah, just gonna keep going. Yeah, I think that one does take a little bit of practice. Because I think the CPU cops are really good at tracking your path and anticipating where you go. So, but the next one is probably one of my favorites in the Atari 600, and it's almost a shame we were barely spending any time on it. So, but it's going to be the last 3-minute timeout, so as we change inputs, so stand by. right! Maze Craze, a game of cops and robbers. To compete to escape a randomly generated top-down maze. Rick Moore. I don't know if I can pronounce that correctly. And yeah, basically just going through a randomly generated maze. It's not that complicated. So I prefer going down this route because I feel like it's more of a challenge. Obviously, if you are... Oh, well, I can see where it ends. That's a problem. Oh, rat. Pulled myself there. This really quick. Okay, I like that. The fun thing about this game is that it's basically endless in replayability. You don't know what maze you're going to get. And like I said, it's randomly generated, so you can just do this whoever. That stinks. Dead end. Dead end. Where am I supposed to go? Also dead end. I'm seeing that. This one stumped me, folks. The first one got out pretty good. And yeah, over time, if you do this, eventually. Finally solved it, but yeah. You kind of want to make it an edge to, like, get to the end until it stops flashing to the point where you actually do see the whole maze. And it's like, yeah, it kind of took pity on me and, like, okay, here you go. But it shouldn't take that long to complete the maze. That is Maze Craze for you. We got 2 mazes down, at least. Let's go to skiing. Game number 44. And a game by Bob Whitehead. I'm trying to see if there's any more information about skiing. Doesn't look like it. Nope. We are good. Started the slalom. Oops. Oh, buttons to start over. Didn't catch that. That's on me. Not using the button at all. Noted. I'll have to admit, that ain't bad. I kind of like it. Start over. $37.89. I think I do one more. Yeah, this one's not as good. I probably took a penalty for missing the flags on the last one. But yeah, 49-16. Nah, I get it. Let's... We go one more time. Let's do it one more time. So we can do better. Can't remember. I think that was better, but I don't know how it got to be better. But that is skiing on the Atari 2600. The next one, I have to admit, I'm not looking forward to. I feel like I'm going to struggle on it. Game number 45, and we're still in the games released in 1980, Stellar Track. This is actually one of the 3 games that was initially exclusive to the Sears telegame line. So this was a Sears exclusive. It's a game in which the players commit a warship and must destroy enough aliens before running out of star dates. Problem is, this is a text-based game, so it's like, what am I supposed to look at? So I don't know what am I supposed to be doing. Okay. That got me where I wanted to go. No, 1-7. How's that work? I'm starting to see I'm almost out of energy already. A lot of it because I just don't know what I'm doing. I just realized that's not where I wanted to go. I saw one ship and I thought that was me, and then I found out it's not me. Somehow I knew when this game was going to be included in the marathon, this was going to be confusing for me. I feel like you kind of need like a cheat guide or something like this. I imagine one exists. Okay. I think it'll be foolish to think that one does not exist for something like this. But I feel like, because I'm going on a whim, I'm trying to just randomly go out there. I don't think you can do that with this game. Or again, this is not a pick up and play game, and this is kind of opposite what you're accustomed to for Atari 2600 games. Even more weirder is that this was, as I said before, an exclusive to Sears. You had to go to a Sears store in 1980 or 81 or 82, whatever, if you want this game. And keep in mind, Sears was also making their own, like, slightly off-brand Atari 2600 games. I don't know. I don't remember if it was licensed by Atari or they just made it. But Sears was making their own lines with their Telegames brand, and a lot of these Atari 2600 games were rebranded, you know, pretty much having different names. The majority of them, with the exception of Video Olympics, I think they called it Pawn Sports, which that's like the only exception I can think of where the name change was actually better. The rest of them, the name change made it worse. But I didn't worry about this one because this was a Sears exclusive. I'm just kind of letting the clock run out because I'm just I don't know what I'm doing. I know I'm gonna lose. There's no point in keeping on. Because I know they made Star Trek games after this, and their Star Trek games are fairly tactical. There's some adventuring, but a lot of them tend to be tactical as opposed to, you know, a Star Wars, which is more action-based. It does kind of go in line with the differences between Star Trek and Star Wars. Star Wars is more action. Star Trek is more drama. Star Wars does have drama in it. Star Trek has action in it. But one favors the other. And the other favors the opposite. So there you go. Well, 30 minutes to cooking time. We're just going to call it. I feel like this game needs a little bit more time and a little bit more hands-on. Obviously, since we're just kind of doing a survey, we don't have time to do that. I mean, we got 1,600 games, potentially 1,700 to get through, and we're only at game 45. So that gives you any indication. I think we're at our last game of the day. Last game of the night. Just give me a moment. Finish things out with a game by Carol Shaw. You may recall our last stream finished with video chess. We're finishing this stream with video checkers. Give me one moment to get myself situated. I believe this is the second one we've done from Carol, because she also did 3D Tic-Tac-Toe. Okay, how come I can't do anything? What's wrong? I'm having problems with this one. Why isn't it letting me do anything? Do I have to do it on here? let me check into this. Technically, it should be connected to the right one. But I'm going to do some double checking. Nope. So why is this thing not working with me? That'll work for a moment. Just probably double check. I think I used the joystick, doesn't it? Yeah, joystick. Well, give me a few moments while I figure this out. Chess worked yesterday, so I'm a little puzzled why this isn't. Okay, I figured it out. Apparently it's all diagonal, which is a little weird. Oh, great. Ooh. I guess I'm not very good at checkers. I did not foresee that coming. And I'm not so sure of a good move here. What? I will have to jump. This was for defense. Oh. I didn't think about that because I'm like, I don't have a jump. Yeah, apparently I do. Trying not to do that, but no. Okay, that was smart. I did not foresee that coming. Wow, okay. Ooh, that's dangerous. Hmm. So pieces, but I'm guessing that was cornered with no possible legal moves to continue, so it called a game. Alright, well, obviously I'm not good at checkers. I think I've made that known. I probably need a checkerboard or something. Fortunately, there's not a lot of checker games to move forward with. Oh boy. But we'll be back on Friday at 6 p.m. all the way back to 10 or 11, somewhere in there. And here's the lineup I got for, you saw it's broken up, but we got a stellar lineup for Friday. Think about this. As I said before, Space Invaders, Galaxian, Missile Command, Centipede, Pac-Man. A lot of the big arcade hits of 1980. Like, this is where 1980 just flourished, I feel like. So we're gonna be like, if you're not familiar with the games we play since then, you are going to be familiar with these. You are, alright? So that's what we're going to be looking forward to. We're starting to get to more familiar games. Obviously, Midway enters the fray. Namco enters with some more familiar games, and so on and so forth. So we got a lot to go on. Until then, may God bless until we meet again on Friday nights, as we are 954 games until Sonic Adventure 2. Take care.